So let's continue with our work. We are making refinements to the icons. Currently, for the ones who have really just found this channel, please, I'm going to call upon you to subscribe. We are now journey to build out various mobile apps and web apps to ensure that we can pipe code until when we get to a tune of revenue $500,000. So if you want to be part of the journey, please you can subscribe, but you can also ask any question that you might have, and then we will answer, and we will answer it promptly. So let's continue with what you're working on. We already have the implementation plan. Currently, what we are trying to do is to change the file. Currently, we have a file that is very, very heavy for the purple icon data. We want to change it, but we want to keep what we have in terms of the elements that we have on this app. So we are going to proceed with this plan. Let's proceed. We want to keep the same kind of style of icons, but standardized, because currently what we are getting is not really good in terms of the display. The icons are not really showing up very well, and I mean the file is really huge in terms of these ones, which is quite disturbing. But what we want to have simplified icons, but we want them to appear the way we want them to appear, which is also very important. So let's work on it and we get to then review it. Let's review what is happening, because we had a huge file with a huge chunk which was needed to be updated, and that is what you're making updates to. Sometimes when you're building out, certain things are going to be kind of complex in terms of how they are set out, but of course you're going to reorganize them, you're going to redraw and ensure that each and everything is set out very well. And that is what we are doing. Because the mappings were many, and for me, I believe in simplicity. Simplicity is one of the things that I believe in, and I believe that we had the capacity to make changes to it. So if we can make changes to it, then it's much more better. Sometimes the way you are going to approach a certain task, it's going to require you to take different approaches, and that's why I really hinted very much when it came to the issue of the master prompt that I put here. Actually, when you go to my Notion, you can be able to view this universal coding prompt. So this is the template that I have. So with this template, you can turn any simple prompt into something much more granular, much more better, and much more useful in terms of a prompt that you can give an LLM. It is well laid out. It has the task where you're going to describe your task. It has the context where you're going to enlarge on that context of what you want to be done. Then the request, what you specifically want in terms of the changes, given that you've already outlined what you want. And then if you have any other constraints that you have, the changes that you wouldn't want to be made in your app, you can put them here under the note. Then the exemplar, you can talk about the specific you can talk about the specific you can talk about the specific code that you want to refine. You can also talk about the persona. How would you want the LLM that you're using, be it Cloud, be it Gemini, to act like? And then the format. If you want the code to be rewritten as a full code, that's the format that you should give out, which is quite amazing. Also the tone of how you want it to be done. So this is the improved one, without not that much of a huge complex details. So you can either use the other one or use this simpler one, but they all work in the same way. They all work in the same way, and that is how you get to make the approach much more simple, which to me is a better way of doing things. And I believe that with that approach, you can be able to get a better way of attempting any task and ensuring that you fulfill it to the maximum. And how this you get to do that comes more with the instructions that you've given. That's why I recommend that you get a standardized prompt for whatever you're doing. You can even have different standardized prompts for mobile apps, standardized prompts for web apps. It depends on what you're building. That really depends on what you're working on, and that is also the important part that I wanted. You listen to me as I just give out instructions, but if you can get these instructions and you can put them into a master prompt, then that will be easy, because with that it becomes a kind of an easy approach to how you look at what has been done. So I think it has made the changes that we want. So let's go and review them. So these icons are here. I can view them, but some are not being seen. Yeah, these icons are really of the size that I want. The size is just perfect, but other icons are not visible. Icons like that one of the leopard, wild beast, giraffe, savannah. So I'm going to ensure that each and everything is set out very well. So let's make this change. So now what I've realized is that some of the icons are being fetched, like the one of the elephant, of the lion, but again some other icons are not being displayed. So I don't know whether you've not mapped icons to certain attractions, and to some you've mapped, so some are not really showing at all. So that means there is a discrepancy. We need to ensure that for all the 200 icons, they can be able to show. We need to keep the simplicity of what we've built, but ensure that each and every icon appears. In terms of the sizes, you've solved it. The sizes are just perfect. That is the perfect size that I wanted, so you don't need to make any changes to that. But when it comes to the appearance of all the icons need to be able to appear. When it is selected in our itinerary editor, then in the detailed preview, that icon needs to appear. It needs to be able to show, and then we can from there we can be able to evaluate how they appear and how we can use them on our itinerary. So please make that refinement as a senior engineer. So please follow this master prompt approach when creating your implementation plan for this specific task. So what I want it, given that we already have a master prompt, I want it to follow that master prompt, and when it is creating an implementation plan, so that we have something that is standardized. So what it has done, it is searching out the iconography of the various icons from the web. That is the reason as why I like Google Anti-Gravity. Google Anti-Gravity is very good because it gets to relate with the web as an agentic coding tool, and with that, even when you are failing and you're having challenges in some of the functionalities that you're attempting, then you're really going to have a better working on them. So those are the ones that we are able to view, but I want to be able to view all of these, the Impala, the Gazelle, and everything. I want them to be different ones and be able to view them, and I believe that can be done. So that is how it has laid it out. So we are going to proceed. You can see that currently our kind of master prompt has been integrated into the implementation plan, which is what we wanted. So having a master prompt is one of the best practices that you can have, and so that you make your work very swift. You can just put it in your code and then you reference it every time you're giving out an instruction. Then the implementation plan is going to be tailored to what you want, and after you get that, when the LLM or the coding agent that you're using goes out to attempt that specific task, it is going to attempt it in a very detailed and structured way, instead of just giving it an instruction and then it goes out and then you have to re-prompt, which is quite tiresome. But with this you can be able to fully get what you want. So what it is doing, it's going to open the web. It wants to take screenshots of various animals like the crane, the hyena, the poachers, the crocodiles, and then I think from there it's going to get a glimpse of what these icons are about, and then reconstruct them in our code accordingly. So meanwhile, you can go to Google Gemini here. You can go to Gemini and upload that very same file. Over the icons that you want, and then give instructions. I'm trying to create icons, wildlife and attraction icons of up to 200 icons, and I'm trying to redesign them using that very same style that you see in the reference image. Currently, when you look at the icons in the reference image, they are perfect. They bring out the perfect shape of that particular animal, or it should be able to bring out the perfect shape of a particular bird or any tour attraction in a much more better way. But I'm using Next.js as my language for the app that I'm building. Now the challenge that I'm getting is that I'm failing to get a way to customize this effectively. So if you have any way of attempting this to ensure that we can nail the issue of getting the perfect shapes for the icons, but also if we can reproduce them in that kind of black color as they are with the best shapes, please take me through the better approach of how I can reproduce them in Next.js. So let's click on this as we continue to run. let's wait out for this approach, because the ones that we had were kind of complex and I didn't really want to take up time on that, so I restructured it, but I wanted to ensure that we can be able to get all of these. So what it is suggesting it is that we get to use various elements
follow my own leg. No be person lead me go. Like water for the mountain. See as I they flow. The fire start to burn deep inside. The tables start to turn. See my levels now. Joy come like
so let's look at the changes that we have made.
my race I don't win now. Them say I no go make 'em, but my spirit ever strong.
Yes, we have them.
Carry my own load.
I think it's quite good. I love the sizes, which is something that we wanted to capture. So these are the ones that we have. And they have been set out very well. You guys see horse, donkey, forest elephant, bush elephants, ox, camel. Well, some are there, some are not there, so we are going to review. Now, I want you to look at the various dependencies that we can use mostly for the icons. I want you to look at the dependencies that have a wider coverage when it comes to wildlife attractions and nature attractions. And I want you to ensure that for the icons that have not been because we have an allocation of up to 200 icons. For the icons that you've not already set up, you ensure that you can find the relevant icons that suit that particular attraction, so that when it is selected, that icon is viewable. Try to look for various libraries, React libraries that have a vast range of these animal icons, icons with birds, natural attractions, and wild game attractions that we need to have for all of these icons, to ensure that all the 200 icons are covered. First of all, you're going to verify the ones that you have. For the ones that you don't have, then you're going to look for those dependencies where you can pick those icons and then install the dependencies and ensure that these icons are set out. And when you're setting them up, ensure that they are of this very same size that we have already, because for the issue of the size, you've already set it out, so ensure that they are the very same sizes that we already want. So these are already there in our form, but some are missing. That is what I want to fix. Because when I select like those for day one, and I finalize it, let me go look at this one. This is how they appear. Which is already great. And for the ones who have just joined us, we are building out a tour platform, and we are trying to automate these icons which are set out to appear on each and every day. The size is okay. I love the size because it really highlights that particular day, and most probably what those people will get to see when they buy the trip, or when they pay in for the trip, which is good. But for some icons, they are not appearing. That's why I've opted to add on several libraries where you can be able to cover all the icons and ensure that for the ones that are missing, they are already there. So let's proceed with this plan. Because the ones that we have currently, they are good. These are the changes that have been made. So let's look at the ones that have not yet been set up. So I'm trying to review the ones that are missing. We have most of the ones that we have here. Each and every category referenceable and fetched for our itinerary editor screen. So we are making progress because the ones that we had were a few. So we are trying to ensure that each and every one of them displays.
we talk. Talk to me. Your matter don't occupy my head, oh. Sun hot for Balogun today. Sweat they run from my skin. I carry my load, I carry my bag. Then I see you for the shade. Silk dress yellow like ripe plantain. You don't even look my side, just the price the dry fish. I stand there like person we lost. I forget waiting I come by. I forget, oh. Baby, tell me your last price.
So we're waiting for the process. It's currently searching out for on the web too.
I say customer come. I know you're waiting, she talk. I just they look your wall. How much for your heart? I get the cash, I get the grace. No be small thing I carry for pocket. Wait. I know be dead, I'll be walker. I pay the price for your love. I pay the price. Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song. Market people they shout my name, oh, but I only see your face, my lady. Only you. Make we bargain, make we talk. Talk to me. Your matter don't occupy my head, oh. Price no be the issue. Just talk to me. Lagos market too loud, but your voice be like song. Last price. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all love. I found that old photograph in a shoebox. The edge is afraid and the color is fading, but I see the way you were looking at me. We were just kids trying to build a kingdom on a foundation of nothing but laughter and hope. It wasn't perfect, but it was our truth. It wasn't perfect, but it was our truth. And I wouldn't trade a single heavy day for a lifetime of easy grace. I still feel the way you held me, like a soft fire against the winter skies. We had to let it go to find our soul. Now I see beauty in the things we knew. Just a simple magic of loving you. You taught me how to take a breath when the world felt like it was closing in. We walked through the seasons hand in hand, learning that growth is a quiet kind of pain. I look, the woman I become, but I see your influence in sway stand out. There's no bitterness, this distance, things don't leave. Only the warmth, the story of well told. I still feel the way you held me, like a soft fire against the winter skies. We had to let it go to find our soul. Now I see beauty in the things we knew. Just a simple magic of loving you. These times are only that river flows one, but I can still pull the feel of tide. We lessons I learn, the air I breathe. Thinking for the part when you played my life. I still feel the way you held me, like a soft fire against the winter skies. We had to let it go to find our soul. Now I see beauty in the things we knew. I see beauty in the things we knew. Just a simple magic of loving you. Just a sweet memory.
This is what we have. Well, they're good. So I think I'm going to get this very data. Let me get this data. And take it here. I'll take it to cloud code. Let's go to cloud. And then we look at let's put it here. And then let's also go back and bring another dictionary. And put it here. So you're going to make a request. Now I've given you two code snippets, which is the travel data that has the icons, and also the travel icons library. Now what I've noticed is that some of the icons are not being fetched from the travel data screen. We need to ensure that we set up logic that fetches all of these icons as they are in the travel data to the travel icons library. We need to ensure that we fix this logic. So as you're going about this logic, ensure that you set it up in a way that all the icons are fetched effectively. So as you're going about this task, ensure that the code snippets that you're writing, they are full code snippets of with the changes that you've made to ensure that all the packages are, rather the icons are fetched effectively. So apparently, when it comes to Google Anti-Gravity, it says it has investigated why the icons are not being fetched, and it has simplified the grid for the 200 plus icons. So that is what we have in the implementation plan. we are going to proceed with this because it took out some time. I gave it some time to research, and it has given me this prompt. So let's proceed. So also I've gone to an alternative of using cloud to investigate what could be the problem. So I just want to have variations of what is being done for Google Anti-Gravity to try out what it is doing, and if it doesn't really get to implement what we want, then we can be able to look at what cloud will do. So I can be able to view these icons for the leopards and for the zebras. I think what we're missing currently, it is the wild beast, but we are going to go back. Let's go back to the view. We are making progress with this feature that we are working on. We are making progress, but let's go back to the builder, the itinerary builder, and then we will view these icons. Just let's go to these ones. We'll look at them. So we don't have the one for the Reynolds. Which is not good. There are several that we're missing. So what I want to have is that all these need to appear and show effectively. So let's look at the approach. So let's look at this code that we've been given. This is the TS code. I'm going to fetch it. So these are the icons that we have. There are quite many. They reach to a tune of over 200, and they are categorized into the big five and large animals: antelopes, primates, birds, reptiles, insects, marine life, predators, carnivores, nature, scenery, culture and heritage, activities, and track and science. So there are very many. Let's go back to our data. Here, the icon data. Let's look at it. And let's paste these here. Let's also go back and we pick this code. And the travel icon, and we go to the travel icon library. And then we have it set out. And then from there, let's go back and review the changes, because previously we were not able to view all these animals, but now we can be able to view them. The zebras are, but they are not in the black color that we wanted, but they are viewable. So that means problem has been solved. When it comes to the birds, it's using the same kind of element. Which is quite interesting. For the insects, we've also solved it. The insects are being fetched very well. So the challenge has been solved, because when you select, let's say this day you select these ones that have not been on, you save changes. We go maybe to day 2. Let's pick day 2. We go here, get some elements and new ones, hippopotamus, rhino. This one I select some. Let me deselect this. I get the zebra is there, the hippo. Save it. Let me go to day 3. I'm just trying to test out the refinements that we've been making. For the people who have just come here, we've been tackling this challenge. Previously, our icons for selecting various attractions were not working. Now, what we've done, we've refined this code to ensure that these icons work. But the way we went about it is that we took the task out of Google Anti-Gravity and we went to Cloud, and we gave Cloud our code snippets. Cloud looked at it, looked at the context, then it solved the problem effectively well. Now we are able to view these icons very well, which is what we wanted. It is exactly what we wanted. Let's save this at day 3. Then let's go to day 4. I want to pick some other attractions which are not animals. Some other attractions, activities and attractions. horse riding, maybe camping, so some other activities, walking safari, hiking. So I'm just going to pick out some that are not. I just wanted to get a variety so that when we finalize here, we can go here and review what we've done in terms of those icons. When we go to the detailed preview of the itinerary itself, we get to view these icons and each and everything set out very well. So we are having different colors when it comes to these, but I believe they can be turned to black. So that is what we wanted to solve first of all. So these are the ones that we selected for other attractions, which is quite amazing. We wanted to create something that is beautiful. You see these icons when someone is reviewing the itinerary and they are given what they are going to do in terms of the activities, and they also get to see these icons in terms of the attractions. It is much more appealing. The visual layout is much more appealing to the people who are going for these safaris, so they are going to effectively want to travel just because of maybe what they have reviewed in terms of the activities or the attractions that they might be able to do in that sense. So that is why we were fighting so hard to make these refinements work out. For the people who have just joined, please, I'm going to call upon you to subscribe to the stream. Subscribe to the stream so that we can continue with our work. Subscribe to the stream so that we continue with what we were doing. So let's proceed. So these are the attractions that we've got, but this refinement we've been able to do it thanks to cloud. At times when you're working with the LLMs, you may not be able to make these refinements the way you want them, but then when you switch to another tool, it's going to be much more better. Now let's go here and then we'll make some refinements. Now, thank you very much for the refinement that you've made. I'm able to view most of the icons that you've updated, but for the updated icons, most of them they are coming, rather they are viewable in various colors. If you were able to make all these new icons that you've updated and ensure that each and every icon is of uses a black color, then that would be good, because we would have a systematic layout of how these icons appear and effectively what they are trying to communicate. So if you can really work on that, that would be an added advantage for us in a much more better way. And when you're making this refinement, ensure that you have that you rewrite the full code snippets that are required to have this set out very well.
justify everything
So we are working to refine only the colors of the icons, because we already have the icons. They are set out. This is how they look, but I feel like when we have a standardized color of these, then it is a better way to approach it, which is to me something good and much more better in terms of how these elements should be laid out. So what we are working on, we are trying to fix these colors. Currently, we just the icons, some icons are in black color, but some are not in black color, which is not systematic. We want to have them in a single color, because there someone can be able to view them very well, and we are doing that with the use of cloud code. We are using the cloud interface to make those refinements for us, and they have already been made. We just want to have access to this code and then transfer it, and then from there I'm going to fix the issue of the export. Now when we look at our code, let's go back here. This was our previous refinement. You're going to add this to it. Let us first review. Yeah, so this is what we have. It's kind of different from what we had, but at least they are of the same color, which is to me much more better. And what else I wanted to work on this export to PDF tool, because currently when the pages are exported, they are not really coming out the way we want them. I want to ensure that for each and every day, you see, when we export, this is our view. This is our view, the view that we are getting. Our images, first of all, they are being cut out. The other thing that I've noticed is that these pages are very short, so I need to refine that. I need to refine that to ensure that the pages are kind of enlarged and they are very viewable in a much more better way. So let's go back here and make the request. Now we are going to make changes to the exported files when it comes to the itineraries. What I've analyzed is that some of the elements on the edges of the exported PDF file, they are being cut out on the extreme left and on the extreme right. We need to fix that so that each and every element is viewable. Full stop. The other refinement that you're going to make, we're going to ensure that for each and every day, remember in our itinerary we have different days. We are going to ensure that each and every day sits separately on a different page. That is well details of showing what activities are going to take place for that particular day. So for each day, we are going to set it to sit on a different page. And the other issue that I've identified is that these pages currently they are quite they look short in when it comes to the layout and our current PDF logic. We need to standardize it to ensure that it's the standard measurement of the A4 page. Of the A4 page height, so that when we are making printouts of these itineraries, the layout is aligned to our printout pages. So we need to fix this so that the height is standard to what is the exact measurement of the A4 height. As a senior engineer who is well versed with logic of PDFs, please make refinements to these elements. Ensure that the implementation plan that you are going to make is tailored in the same template structure as what you see in the master prompt, to ensure that this specific request is executed to our satisfaction. So what I'm trying to refine, when you look at this PDF, our days are being cut out. At times it doesn't really look good. So what I want us to first of all standardize the heights so that each day is allocated a different page and the elements are laid out very well without being cut out. I believe that is a very standard way of doing things, so that when we give out this printout, it is standard to someone who is going to view the itinerary, and then they can be able to report back to us in a much more better way. Remember, these itineraries are going to be used to reach out to agencies and clients who want to travel, mostly organized travel groups. So what we are trying to automate the process of creating these itineraries and making it swift. Currently it was manual with people using Microsoft Word, which is very hectic, but with these are very standardized. They are good standardized, and someone can be able to use this kind of approach, build out an itinerary, send it out to clients, and then be able to receive funds from them and tailor out a trip, which is quite good. So we are standardizing the look. We've already dealt with the issue of the icons. Now the icons are very viewable for the various attractions that someone can be able to view on that particular date. So we are moving on to the step of standardizing the PDF. So we already have our implementation plan, and it has been standardized into our format for the master prompt. For the ones who haven't yet seen the master prompt, so this is our master prompt. It has different layers. We get to explain the task clearly, and then we go deep into the context of that task, the deep understanding of the issue. And then for the issues part, you get to explain what is not working. After the context, you get to break into what is not really working. Then you state your request, what you want to achieve. Then we have another layer, which is the notes. Here you can add any constraints or specific instructions of what you want. And then the exemplar, you can use the example of the specific code snippet that you're working on. For the persona, you can tell it to emulate whatever kind of engineer that you want. You can tell it that maybe you are a senior engineer who's specializing in Next.js plus TypeScript, and with different other elements that you can give it to try and personalize it to that specific task that you're going to attempt. Then we also have the format and the tone. The format is mostly how it is going to lay out the code. The tone, maybe you want it to be professional, concise, or engineering focus. It depends on what you want. But this is a standardized one. You can be able to break it down for that specific task that you're going to attempt, and it makes the work much more easier and much more better. So what we are trying to achieve, it has already made the refinements. Let's go and retry. But first of all, I want to look at the walkthrough. Let's look at what it has done. So it has tried to make changes to ensure that we have a standardized way of viewing these PDFs, but we need to first of all reload this. So it has made some changes, but I think we are going to revamp the changes, because currently these are not the elements that we wanted. But let's first go to the exporter preview.
Person lead me go, like water for the mountain. See see as I dey flow. The fire start to burn deep inside. The table start to turn for my side. Almost see my levels now. Joy come like morning sun. We dey chop life every day. My race I don't win now. High energy synth lead and syncopated love drums. Uplifting, danceable, electronic rhythm. Them say I no go make 'em, but my spirit ever strong.
So this is what we have.
Now I know where I belong. The fire start to burn deep inside. The table start to turn for my side. Almost see my levels now.
So as you're making changes to this, ensure that you do not tamper with any other logic that is not requested. You are only working on the refinement of logic for the exporting of the PDF. The rest of the logic in our code should be maintained as it is. And we want you to maintain the options for selecting and switching the different views of PDF from landscape to other versions, so that we can be able to compare what we want. And when it comes to the elements, ensure that for the first day of the itinerary, for the first page of the itinerary, we have the title and the elements of the first day. Then for the subsequent days, each day should be allocated a specific screen, and ensure that the elements fit there very well.
No be person lead me go. Like water for the mountain.
So let's retry it. I've reverted the changes that we had made because it was making refinements to our code, and it is not something that we wanted.
Waiting this up, energy high. All the levels don't change. No be beams, we dey fly. We only look at the sky. Burn like fire, no be beams. Everything set, we dey win. Lift your hands, touch the top. Feel the heat, never stop. Chop life, giant, we don't arrive. Lock drum, make we come alive. Lock drum, jump, make we come alive. Alive, make we come alive. Money talk, we know they car. Shake way for heart, we dey tap. Best say we move fast. Make this feeling always last. Always last. Always last. Burn like fire, no be beams. Everything set, we dey win. Lift your hands, touch the top. Feel the heat, never stop. Chop life, giant, we don't arrive. Long drum, on the throne. We body higher we go.
So meanwhile, let's go here and we start another chat. I want to check on something.
Everything's soft and
So the plan has been made. What we want to have this layout to be standardized in a way that each and every single day is placed on a single page. That is a very standard way of how we can approach it for this itinerary. So that is what we are trying to refine, but definitely we are making this refinement using our master prompt. It is a standardized prompt that can help us to streamline our simple explanations or requests that we make, and if they're not well detailed, then it details it in a way that is really good. They want to look at these changes and ensure that each and everything is laid out the way we want. Because currently when we try to export to PDF, this is what we get. Yes, the days are laid out well, but it's not really bringing out what we want. First of all, the pages are very short. When it comes to the pages are very short, but when you look at the normal PDFs, the pages are quite longer. And which is a better. So I'm trying to see if we can
Sweet life every day. No more walking for the dark.
we can be able to get another view. Yes, the portrait is trying, but still it's not bringing out these changes the way we want them. So that is what we're trying to refine. For the ones who have not yet subscribed, please subscribe to the stream and join this journey. Support the journey by only subscribing, because when you subscribe, we know that we are growing a team that is a community that is really looking out for our main cause, which is to build profitable products that help our people, most importantly, to be able to monetize these products and get a revenue of up to a tune of $500,000. So if it is something that you want to be a part of as a community member who's going to watch and support and be able to learn along the way, then that is wonderful. So this is what I'm trying out with a PDF. But if I'm not able to attempt it, then I'm going to look for another better solution to see how I can go about it. Well, the pages have been set out, but it's not really coming out. Actually, when it is making the refinements, it's switching it to mostly portrait, which is still a challenge. So let's shift this to cloud. So let us get this refined code of itinerary detail. Quite a lengthy code snippets.
I found that old photograph in a shoebox. The edge is afraid and the color is fading, but I see the way you were looking at me. We were just kids trying to build a kingdom on a foundation of nothing but laughter and hope. It wasn't perfect, but it was our truth. It wasn't perfect, but it was our truth. And I wouldn't trade a single heavy day.
So let's go here. And get our master prompt.
Growth
Now what you're going to do, you're going to fix
Become, become. I see your influence in waste and I. There's no bitterness, this distance, this only the warmth, the story well told.
we are going to fix the export PDF logic in our itinerary detail file to ensure that this set out functionality allows us to view the PDF in a landscape format, but most importantly to ensure that the elements are laid out on a single page per each day. Below is the detailed instruction of what we want. So let's get these very instructions.
Always up, body move, no stopping, higher. We move, always up, we did rise together, we did rise.
Write this prompt with a detailed prompt template I provided above in this very request.
Touch the sun, touch the sun, touch the sun. One sound, one people, lifting, yeah. Always up, no stopping, higher. We did rise together, we did rise together, we did rise together, we did rise together.
So let's look at what we are going to get in terms of so let's copy this message. We'll try to refresh this page. Because what we want to refine is the PDF picker, but before we make refinements to that, I think we can go to the PDF editing page. when it comes to the activity image, I want us to pick images from the local storage, because currently we've not integrated this tool to any back-end service, so we are using the local storage. So I want us to refine that. Let's refine that as we wait out. Now when it comes to the itinerary builder editing page, we need to add logic to allow us to add an image to a particular day from our local storage. You need to be able to pick an image from our local storage, but particularly you're going to be able to pick images and then when we add that specific image, then it will be viewable for that. It will be the image that will be displayed for that specific day. Can we fix that bit of the itinerary builder editing page without distorting any other logic that we have in our page? Full stop. Now let's follow the that I've given you as we are organizing our implementation plan that I will approve for the execution of this task. So what I'm trying to do currently, we are having these images and they are being fetched with a URL. I want to be able to add images because we don't have sufficient images to use here. So let's refine that logic and after that refinement, we are going to review it. So someone is posing a question that what am I working on? I'm working on a tour automation site. It's a site that allows people to build out various tour services, like generating itineraries. So here they can be able to add various days to their itineraries, but also they can be able to just add new days here, and then they can be able to customize each particular day to what they want. They can be able to add accommodations to this and then add various activities to that particular day, which is quite simple. That means that we have an itinerary builder here. Then from the itinerary builder, this is where when you export the itineraries, this is how you view them. We have this simple view, but also we have this detailed view. So this is the detailed view of the itineraries that you're going to be building from the builder. So you can look at what we already have, which is quite coming out to be very beautiful in terms of how it is viewable. So the way we did it, we wanted to have a simple detailed view, or rather layout that someone can send out. But if they wanted a detailed one that they can send out to clients, if they are really deep in negotiations, they can be able to send it out. But we also have an email tracking system. We have an email tracking system here, which is quite simple. Someone can can track their emails, be able to add updates to what the clients have said and what they are saying. So it is a tracking system that enables them to track the progress of the various emails, outgoing or incoming, that they have. But we've also integrated a tracking system. It's rather a costing system. So someone can cost out a Safari from here. All the calculations that we've integrated, they enable someone to cost out this Safari very well. If they have a markup, they can even get to know what kind of profit that they are going to have in as far as their markup percentage is concerned. They can also be able to edit that. They can add several travel days here and add different items, choose them, add categories to them. We have different kinds of categories that are here, which is great to them. And someone can be able also to use our reservation. Our reservation system is also kind of complex. It has a toggle feature where you can be able to make reservations for clients, from the reservations from the clients that you are dealing with, but also you can be able to make reservations for various items after the clients have made payments, which is quite interesting. So you can map out the status of various elements that you are reserving. Maybe you are reserving for permits and you are saying they are fully paid. Here, if someone, it has an element where you can be able to upload a receipt of that particular item that you've reserved. So this is the reservation part of it. And then when it comes to the accommodation part of it, someone can save in new accommodations and give them price ranges, so that when they are selecting accommodations in the itineraries, then they are able to select these accommodations very, very well. So it's a fully complex system that we built, a system that is intertwined with each and every part of the tourism sector for people who are tour companies, mostly safari tour companies, people who are posting out safaris each and every time. So we first of all got access to all the activities that they do, and then we integrated them into a single system that they can be able to use, which is quite advantageous. If they are costing out various itineraries, then with this system they are able to check out the various things. Now when you look at these cards, when you click them, you're going to be able to view the various prices for this tour entity, which to me is an added advantage, because with this they can be able to track each and every element of they'll be able to track each and every element of their trips, get to even have ratings for these. When we go to the evaluation screen and someone is maybe they want to rate out a certain safari, you go to rather lodge, you can go to it like Ngorongoro at the lodge. You see, now when we add it, we get to see these ratings already there, which is to be a very complex system, but a very helpful system when it comes to tour services. So I hope I've answered the question of someone who was asking about this. So being able to create these systems, it is mostly simple if you understand the context of what you want. What I would suggest, if you're going to approach this, list out the various functionalities that you want for a particular page, and then when you visit them out, create what they call a product refinement document. So what is a product refinement document, or a product build-out document? This document, it contains all the functionalities that you want on a particular screen. When you write it out, then you can go to a tool like Google Stitch. Let me first of all take you to Google Stitch. Let me take you to Google Stitch here.
There goes my kid too loud, but your voice be like song.
Uh-huh.
Last price, last price.
So Google Stitch is very good. It will give you a detailed view of how you can create screenshots that you can use in your project. When you're using references of screenshots make it much more better for you to build out these systems. It's going to be better in terms of making the layouts much more easier, because when you are writing and you don't have a visual reference, then you are going to prompt very many times, and that is going to burn out more tokens. Let's say if you're using tools like Casa, which is quite token consuming, if you don't have reference screens, then you're going to consume lots and lots of tokens. It's going to be quite expensive for you in terms of the costs. But if you want to cut down on the costs, what you want to do, you want to have a visual layout of what you are building out. So what I did here, I gave reference screens of what I wanted, and then from the reference screens I was able to get screens like these, the one that you get to see here. And the other ones that are loading. And when you get access to screens like this, you can be able to export them. Here they are very exportable. So you see, you can export, maybe you can export it to Google AI Studio, or you can just download it. For me, I took the option of downloading. I downloaded them, and then when I came here in Google Anti-Gravity, it gave me a basis on how I can be able to proceed with building out the whole architecture of the app. And that is what I've done. And currently I'm just making refinements and adding in a few elements that were requested by the client that I'm building the tool out for. But I believe it's a better practice, even when you're building tools for yourself, or even when you're building out tools for clients. It becomes much more easier for you to attempt this work and fully implement it in a much more better way. So that is how I can explain what this tool is all about. If you've just joined and you enjoy this the streams and what we do, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe to this channel. We are in the process of building out elements, platforms, both web apps and mobile apps, until when we are going to reach a tune of revenue of $500,000. All these apps are going to be vibe coded. That means we are going to manually attempt to code them, but we are going to use vibe coding skills to work on the functionalities of this app and be able to execute each and everything very well. So if you love our progress, if you love the tools that we are working on, if you love what we are doing, if you love how we attempt to do them, how we make explanations in what we are doing, please, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe, be part of our community. Our community, we already have a community of over 2,000 people who are following this journey. So if you want to be a part of that community, follow us and get to see how this journey goes. You get to see how we get to achieve our monetary milestone that we've set for ourselves, which is over $500,000. Please stay in. We are going to be working on various apps, and every day we are going to be streaming this process. So the journey continues, and as we go on, and I can assure you that when you follow us, each and every day is going to be much more better on the previous day. We are going to try as much as possible to improve our experience so that you also get the most out of it when you're watching what we do. So thank you for the subscription. So let me hope But now everything is okay. So basically, that is what we are trying to do. So let's go back to the work that we were doing. Let's retry. With the implementation that we are working on, what we want to be able to add our own images. Currently, we had a placeholder images that we had here in our itineraries section in our editor. So these are the placeholder images, but what we want to add a functionality to upload our own images, which is a better practice, and that is a better approach. So we are looking at the itinerary builder itself to refine that bit of the itinerary builder, so to allow us to pick and upload our own elements. So it is still loading. Now let's look at this. So I'm going to look out for certain images. I'm going to go in our own file. We have some images here, beautiful ones that I can pick from. So I'm going to save the changes. Let me try to replace images for this specific itinerary. Let's try to replace these images, because it is a functionality that we are working on. Okay, let me add also some icons here. So this is the functionality that we worked on earlier, where we added various icons, and it's amazing that we are able to map them out. So let me add some icons here and save. Let's go to this one, the functionality that we've worked on. So let's add some here. And then from here, I'm going to finalize. My main aim is to check out so it's not saving the itinerary itself. Let's go here. I think we got an error. Let's get this error and make some instructions here. So given that we've changed the logic of uploading images, which is quite important, we also need to implement the logic for the stored itineraries to ensure that these images are stored in our local storage, given that currently we've not yet connected a back-end service. We are currently storing these images in our local storage. Ensure that you implement the functionality so that after the images have been uploaded and we click finalize, we are able to save these images in our local storage. Please implement that functionality without distorting any other functionality in our app. So let's refine that bit, because for the uploads, I've seen them, we are able to upload, but I think the storage functionality is what was not implemented. So let's work on that, and then we review what we've done. So what we want to see is that for these images that we have uploaded, we are able to review what is review if they are saved well, and to be able to view the images that are saved, which is a very, very good practice for us. So that is what we are trying to review and get to see. Okay, so I think the analysis for the has been done. So we have an implementation plan already. We want to just save these items on the local storage. And what we wanted to first of all deal with all the complexities of the appearance of the pages and the functionalities, and after that we wanted to lay out a plan of how we are going to integrate this to Firebase. Firebase, I believe, is a better back-end service that you can use for your app. First of all, it's powered by Google, one of the most prolific companies. Actually, Google is the one that is the company that has worked on this tool that I'm using, which is Google Anti-Gravity. So I believe in their vision. I believe in what they do as a company, and I believe that they can offer you better back-end services for your app. So I'm going to connect it to Firebase, but in the later stages. What I'm really looking at this stage, it is to ensure that each and every functionality is set out the way it is supposed to be. And after the setting of the functionalities, then we can reproduce something that is quite much more better in terms of the backend. We are going to mostly use Firebase storage, but we are also going to use Firestore. Those are the services that we are going to use for this. But also we are going to integrate the authentication using Firebase, because what we want, there are certain authentications that we want. There are certain screens in this specific page that are going to be accessed by the administration of the tour companies, but also there are levels where the clients can be able to cost out trips, send them out, respond to emails. So we want to have levels in that, which I'll also be able to implement that in the later stages. But what we are working on currently, it is to ensure that these elements are really laid out very well, and someone can save them effectively well. So let's try to save this. So it has been pushed to the local database. That means that the functionality was set out very well. Let's go back. Let's go back and make changes. We try to upload some images like before, because currently we just have these placeholder images. Let's try to upload some images. So let's the images being uploaded. Let's try to fix this, change some dates. So use some of these. So let's save this day. Let's go to another one. We are just going to use these 4 days. We're not going to add on any other day. We add the images, refine and add some icons a little bit. Let's go to the birds. I love the way the icons have been laid out because currently they are viewable in a much more better way, and you don't have to strain to pick them out. Let's upload and save the changes. So we're going to test out for these a few days, which is 4 days, and get to see if our functionalities has worked out the way we want it. So we pick some elephants and other. Let's also go and get some elements in culture and heritage and okay. Let's save this. Let's go to the 4th day and let's pick any image. Let's add a lodge. So I think we can save the changes here. So let's finalize this and then we review. So let's go back here and look at it. Okay, these are the ones that were refined. I see them. So these are the ones that have been refined. Let's look at this refined one. So you see our images. We refined because earlier we were not able to view these images very well because for the functionality it was just fetching these images and laying them there. But now that we have numerous images that we can attach to a particular itinerary, then we can view how this looks. I think it's beautiful. It's beautiful because when you look at how the images is displayed and how it's laid out, looks amazing to me. The combination of the icons and the images, because what we wanted to present something that has a very attractive visual representation, so, something that someone can look at and then they can say, yes, I want to travel to that area, and this is how they look. This is how they look. I think it's quite fantastic that we have this nice look. Let's go back. I want to review another one that we made where we added images, which is this. It's the simple view is good. I love it because the simple view is mostly for the activities, and the detailed view is amazing. It's amazing. The detailed view is amazing because for someone who gets to view this, they can know for that particular day what they are going to have in terms of the activity, and with the icons coupled with the image, it sums it up to really communicate the message of the various activities that will be done on that particular day. So I feel like the layout is fantastic. If you love what we are working on, please let us know in the chat. You can put there your comment, or you can ask any question or say anything in as far as what you're working on is concerned, or ask a question. I'll be able to attempt it. But I believe this detailed view is much more beautiful in a sense that it details the activities that are going to happen on that particular day, and it's better. So what we were working on earlier, it was the element of being able to export these two, being able to export it to PDF. Yes, it is exportable, but the elements have not yet been laid out very well. So that is where we are going to make refinements, because currently when you display it, this is how it looks. This is how the itinerary looks. Actually, let's try to export it and save it to PDF, and then we can review that look from let's export it and go here in our files and review it. So this is the exported file. Which looks good, but not what we want. Yes, it is a very good starting point, but we wouldn't want a client to view it in a way that is really broken down. So yes, it's what we have, but we want to make changes to it. So let us first make some research here about PDFs and proper display. Let's create a new chart. I'm going to do this using Gemini. Now, there is a functionality that I want to refine on my app. Currently, I created an itinerary view where I get to view items, and when I try to export it to PDF, the PDF pages are kind of broken. They are not the standardized F4. But they are broken down into pages with less, which are kind of shorter. But again, they are disjointed, just like how PDF files are. What I would want in terms of an itinerary, it is to have a standardized approach of a layout of an itinerary that someone can look at and be able to review. Be able to review, which is very important. So how can I make these changes to my PDF viewer? First of all, to ensure that the pages are not disjointed, that they look, even in the PDF, they look like it is the same page with all the layouts of the elements that I want on that PDF. How can I fix that? I want you to research about it and then you give me feedback. So let me get this. Try to load this up. What I'm trying to work on is to ensure that our displayed elements are really put out very well. We've refined the logic for the images. Images are very fantastic. They look very well. With the layout, this looks quite presentable to a client. It's good. But again, when you look at the elements, they are not coming out very well. So we are going to see how we represent it. If we are not able to get access to it in PDF format, then that means we are going to add another format where we can view it as a single page. Because when you try to export, so let's go here and say custom. We try to look at that, all pages. So let's load the A4 size. And try to let's load the F5 sizes and we see. F3 doesn't look good at all, so I think it's so what I'm trying to get, I'm just trying to look at the various paper sizes that are going to cut it in terms of the layout of elements. On the itinerary preview, let's add functionality to export this as an image. So that means all the pages will be exported as a single image. Let's also add, besides the PDF functionality, let's add functionality to export them as an image. These itineraries as an image, which is also an option that we want to look at. As you are making these refinements, do not tamper with the logic that you've already set out. When it comes to the layout of the implementation plan, I want you to follow the master prompt file that I've given you, which has a clear layout of how our standardized prompt should be. So it should be integrated into our implementation plan. So someone has said that anti-gravity does the work very nicely. Yes, it's good. So what I'm trying to do is that I'm using a master prompt. Let me show it to you. It is here. We have a master prompt and it has different sections, the task, the context, the issue that you might be facing, the example of the code, the request, and then we also have the notes section where you get to give instructions of the specific constraints that you might be facing. We also have the exemplar. You can exemplify any code snippet that you already have in your code space, or you can exemplify any attachment that you've attached to that specific request. And then you give the persona, how you want it to attempt, the tone. Do you want it to be professional, concise, or engineering focused? These prompts are very important because they allow you to get a systematic flow of how your tasks are implemented. So I always tell Google Anti-Gravity to include our master prompt into its implementation plan. So the flow of how it attempts things is quite standardized, which is a better practice, and I would recommend you to have it so that you can be able to execute much more better on whatever you're working on. So someone is asking, how do they get access to the master prompt? I'm going to include this master prompt. I'm going to link it to a Google Sheet, and I'm going to include it in the description at the end of the stream. So for the ones who want to get access to it, I'm going to include it at the end of the stream. So for the ones who want to get access to the master prompt, I'm going to give it to you so that you can test it out with the different coding frameworks that you use. But I believe you can be able to edit out a few things, but it will work for you. But I use it promptly. So what I'm trying to add currently, it is I'm trying to export these itineraries to images. When I tried with the PDFs were not giving me what I wanted in terms of the display of the elements. And that was not bringing out what I want. So I want to add the functionality of exporting using an image, and I get to review that because I believe it might work out the way I want. But I also keep on refining the functionality for the PDF to ensure that the layout is refined to the tune of what we want. As you get to know, it is mostly about making reprompts of whatever you are working on in a much more better way. Yeah, for the ones who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe so that you join our team. You're going to get access to explanations of how we go about each and everything. I normally want to attempt a feature and then I explain what I'm doing. So with that, you're going to follow along. For the things that you're not really understanding, you can be able to go to the comment section or chat section. You comment, and then I can be able to respond. And that is how we are going to do it. And we continue with most of the work that we are doing. So I'm waiting for these refinements to play out, and then from there I'm going to review whatever we are working on. I think the refinement has been made. What you're going to do, you're going to send these errors to the terminal, rather the chat. Now, as we are making refinements, we got these errors. Can you ensure that you fix them without distorting any functionality that we have in our app? So let us first of all fix the errors that we have. So the errors are fixed. Let's go back and look into the refinements. It is still reloading. So that was our functionality that we are working on. We are getting this error. But before we refine it, let's first look at whether this image is generated. It's taking up some time. If it doesn't, then we are going to submit that error to the chat, and we I think we have to make this refinement regardless, but the image was generated. Even with the generation of the image, we are going to make that refinement. But let's first look at what image was generated. Let's first look at this. So that is our image. The elements are laid out very well. Let's first of all increase on the size here of up to 75, and then you can decrease a bit slowly. Oh no. Let's go to size 50. And then we try to scroll up. You get to view these. This image. So this is how the image looks. That means the functionality was implemented, but we have some errors. Also, these elements are leaning mostly. They are not aligned in the center from the left to the right. So we need to make that refinement. But let's go back first of all. So we are going to refine this image because currently, yes, it's good, but we are not able to view these elements. Some of them are leaning, but we can be able to refine that. Let's first of all get access to these errors that we received. Some of the errors never appear in the console or in the terminal. So what you're going to do, you get them here. And then you bring them here. If you're working with a tool, for people who want to try out, if you're working with Firebase Studio, if you're working with Firebase Studio is very prompt. You can just pick this very error. Actually, when it presents an error, it is going to give you an option to fix it from there. Given that it's an online tool, not like an IDE tool, it is fine with these errors. But when it comes to these errors that are sometimes present themselves and show up here in our Next.js logs, we just have to get them one by one. And then we paste them here. Okay. So first of all, we are going to handle this issue. Over the errors, and after the errors we shall align the elements on the image. So now what we are going to do, we are going to fix the problem of these errors. These errors are present when we ran our code. We were able to generate the image, but these errors presented themselves. So as a senior engineer, I want you to look into them and be able to debug these issues one by one. The expected output is that when we reload our app, we are not able to encounter these errors. So that is what you should work on without distorting our functionality that we've already set up. So I wanted to first sort out those errors. Then after the errors, we are going to sort out this problem, because we are able to view these images, but as you can see, the elements are not centered very well. They are not aligned in the center. So the image is being cut out on the right hand side, and other elements that are on the right hand side, the cards are being cut out. So we want to sort it out. This is what I wanted with the PDF, to get something that has a layout of which is not disjointed, because with this a client can look at these elements in a much more better way and then make an informed decision. But let's go back and look at the elements that are being refined, and then if we deal with the errors, then we can deal with the alignment issues for the images. And I believe we shall also deal with it promptly. I think it's making some edits. So we shall be able to review that, and let's look at what it has done. Yeah, I think the errors have been sorted out. So now we can make our request for the image and also refine that. Thanks for the elements that you fixed. Now the other issue that we have, the images were generated when we generated the image of the itinerary. It was generated very well, but then we found some issues. The elements on the screen on the image are not aligned in the center. We need to refine this so that these elements are aligned in the center from the right to the left. Currently, on the right hand side, some elements are being cut out. The ones that are on the right hand side are being cut out, and so that means currently the elements are being pushed a bit, and they are not aligned in the center of the the screen itself when we are exporting to the image. When we view the itinerary, the elements are aligned very well, but when the image is exported, that is when we get to see this distorted view where the elements are being cut off. So what you need to do is to ensure that you fix this logic so that we get to view the same alignment even when the image is exported. When you are attempting this, do not tamper with any other logic. Only focus on fixing the alignment of the elements for the image that is exported, which is a very good functionality for us to review and be able to look at how they look when we export this. Full stop. So what you're going to do in your implementation plan, I want you to look at our master prompt file and look at the structure of our prompt and use that very structure of the prompt to create the implementation plan for which we will review and be able to fix this logic. So we need to fix this. Good thing we already have this image. And so now with that we just want to make it aligned, and then we review that, because we want to give options to someone who is using the tool to either export with the image or maybe export with PDF, but shall also fix the issue of PDF to ensure that we get something that is not disjointed. That is not disjointed, which I believe is a better practice, because currently when we are just exporting immediately to PDF, it was kind of distorted, which is so let's wait out for these refinements to be made so that the image exported is just aligned in the same way as what we view when we are viewing this screen. So I'm going to also create a series of shorter tutorials of how I go about each and everything, but definitely I will continue with the implementation of our live streams, which is good. So it is here, it is done. You're going to say proceed. At times when you open the implementation plan, it doesn't really give you the proceed button. When that happens, you're just going to type it in and you proceed. I'm going to start creating short tutorials that will really enlighten how I go about the process, how to create better prompts, how to set up Google Anti-Gravity when you're working with it to get better results, how to get references for the images that you are going to, how to create designs, better designs, I'm going to make details of a series of these short videos, and as we'll be continuing with our live streams. So let's export this to the image, because what we are refining is to ensure that the image is generated. We are still getting this error. Let's first wait out. The image was so let's review. This new image that we have. So this is the new image that we have, where the elements have been aligned very well. Yeah, this is what we wanted. These elements are laid out very well. Someone can be able to view them. Which is a better way. So at least for the issue of the image, we've sorted it out. Which is great. So someone is asking how much they should charge for a website if it has a panel. Well, what I would suggest, if you are looking out for various functionalities that you're going to charge out for, please, most importantly, look at how many screens that you're going to build out the functionalities, and then from the view of the complexity of the functionality of that particular tool, that is what you should charge. You should charge, because there are certain tools that you're going to build out that are very, very hectic. They need they have a large, I can say, context of functionalities, many screens, configuration. So it's something that is really going to take you up a very lengthy time. So if it is like that, then you should zero down to charging based on the complexity, because remember, you're going to also have some other projects that you're going to be working on. So if it is that case, look at it and then analyze the complexities of what you have, and then based on that, you put out a quote that is in relation to what you're giving out to a client. You shouldn't underprice yourself, because if you're doing something good and you're doing something that is viable, you shouldn't underprice yourself. You put out your quote, then the client will discuss, and then they will get back to you on their feedback on what they have decided on their price, and then you can be able to continue with that. So we've sorted out the image, but we are still getting some errors. So let's go back here. I want us to resolve these errors once and for all. Let's copy them. I think we never described when they appear. These errors appear when we click on the button. So I think we need to factor that in when we are making explanations here, in as far as the refinements are concerned. So this is the second error. Let's also put it here. So let's make those refinements. I want to them to be handled very well. I think when it comes to the pricing, what you're going to have to do is that you look at the work and how long you presume it's really going to take you. Because if you've been working on previous projects, then you're going to know how long it is going to take you to build out a certain feature. Then from that perspective, you can be able to price. What I can really advise you is not to underprice yourself, because when you underprice yourself, someone is going to give you lots of work. They are going to demand for lots of features of which they won't pay for. So you need to price to factor in your value in terms of what you're going to deliver. And when the client really comes in with their negotiations, listen to them, but also try to explain to them why you priced it that way and what you're going to give them in terms of the value. So I believe that also comes down to your pitching skills and how you're going to talk to them to give you what is really best. So we are trying to fix these errors because when I reprompted, I saw them. So I want them fixed once and for all, then we can continue.
Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song. Market people they shout my name, but I only see your face, my lady. Only you, make me back and make me talk. Talk to me. Your matter don't occupy my head, Sun hot for Balogun today. Sweat they run from my skin. I carry my bag, carry my bag. Then I sleep for the shade. Sleep with the shade like white cotton. You know even know my side. You just the kind of feel driving. I stand there like person we lost. I forget waiting, I come by. I forget to, baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song. Market people they shout my name, but I only see your face, my lady. Make me bag and make me talk. Your matter don't occupy my head. Mama said I say customer come. I know you're waiting, she talk. I just dey look your walk. How much for your heart? I get the cash, I get the grace, no be small thing I carry for pocket. Wait, wait, wait. I know you get happy walker. I pay the price for your love. Baby, tell me your last price.
So we have an implementation plan. Let's proceed and to implement this.
Your matter don't occupy my head. Price no be the issue. Just talk to me. Lagos market too loud, but your voice feel like song. Last price, last price.
So let's wait for that work to be implemented. Yes, brother, we can continue to discuss on Discord anytime I'm available, so that we can discuss on further things and the projects that you're working on and try to get a better sense of everything. So let me retry. I hope this time round it won't return the error. I think the error was sorted. We were able to sort the error because the other time when we were trying to export, we were getting errors. But this time when you click on the export as image file, it exports very well. So let me look at the latest exports, images that have been exported, and see how they look. I think they are fine. So now we've dealt with the issue of the exports. So there is something else that I want to refine when it comes to this itinerary builder. Let's go back to the builder. Now here there is an element that I want us to have an element where we can be able to select the particular stored itineraries, and then those days can be laid out in the itinerary builder effectively. So let's add that functionality. Now, when it comes to the itinerary builder, we are going to add out some functionality. So what we are going to have here, we are going to add logic that enables us to effectively select a certain itinerary that has already stored in the stored itineraries, and then when we select that particular itinerary on the store, rather on the itinerary builders tab, when we select it, then the days of that particular itinerary, the details are added to the itinerary builder. That is very important because there are going to be times when a user wants to refer to that particular itinerary that was done, so that they can create a new one. So if that functionality is available to the builder where they can just reference a full itinerary and then they get days to it, days of it are displayed in the builder, that would be very fine. That means that they can pick, they reference any old itinerary, pick days of it and then put it in the builder, but when they are saving it back, they save it as a new save it as a new itinerary. So that is the logic that I want us to have, full stop. Then when it comes to the stored itineraries cards, we need to add an editing button. Now for the edit button, that means for this specific functionality, which for it is going to be on the stored itineraries cards for these itineraries. When we click on the editing button, the logic is going to be that it is going to switch us to the itinerary builder for the and the layout of that specific itinerary, where someone can make edits to it and save the edits of that particular itinerary. That means that I've given you a logic of two functionalities. First of all, to reference an old itinerary and save it as a new itinerary, but also to make changes to an already made itinerary and save those changes to that particular itinerary. So these are the two functionalities that we are going to execute, and you're going to execute them with the persona of a senior engineer who understands the full context of our itinerary builder and the stored itineraries. And as you are executing it, do not tamper with any other logic. What you're going to ensure that you focus on is that you're going to restrict yourself to implementing these two functionalities that I've given you. You're going to ensure that our implementation plan is refined in line to the prompt structure that you get to see in the master prompt file that I've referenced here, and ensure that the implementation file is as detailed as possible to be able to solve and implement these two logics that I've given you, one on the itinerary builder and the other on the stored itineraries. And for the people who haven't yet subscribed to the stream, you can be able to subscribe as we go on to work on this. And here it's morning time, so I'm enjoying my breakfast as we get to work on this. We already have our implementation plan, so we're going to proceed with working on it. So let's say proceed. At times the implementation plan gives you a proceed button, but at times it doesn't. I think it comes down to how much you've used it, but I always want to prompt with an implementation plan because that is something that you can review and get to see. So we have a master prompt, a structure of how we implement each and everything. And that master prompt normally has a task, what we want to implement. And then we also have a context of the full explanation of what we are working on. Then we also have the element of an issue, what is not really going right that we want to implement. Then the request of what we truly want to modify and the specific code snippets in our full code context that we want to implement. We also have the note section of the things that we are constraints that we are not supposed to tamper with. Then we also have the references of the things that we are supposed, all the elements that we are supposed to work with. I work with this master prompt because I believe it is one of the best practices when you are dealing with LLMs. You have to give them as much explanations as you can. You have to give them as much context as you can. And with that, you get the results of what you want in terms of the responses. And then it also makes your work easier, because if you were to reprompt 50 times or 15 times, it's going to cut down on the time that you're making the reprompts, and then it's going to give you the responses in a very timely way and a timely manner that you can follow along. So this prompt, I'm going to leave a link in the description of this very video. I'm going to add it and add this prompt so that you can get access to it and be able to use it. For the ones who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe. Join our journey. Join our road to vibe coding apps until when we are going to hit a tune of $500,000, because I believe this is something very doable. It's easy and we are going to do it, but we are going to do it with you. You joining as someone who has subscribed, it is growing our community, and this is the community that pushes us to also push more, make research, go out to even make more web apps, and even we will be launching more web apps on the iOS store and the Play Store to ensure that we are able to hit this figure. So if you want to be part of this journey, I'm going to please request you subscribe, and that is the best thing that you can ever do for this channel, to allow us to grow as we are on our quest to achieve this. And I assure you that for each and every subsequent stream, we are going to make sure that we improve each and everything, so that you have a much more enriching experience as we go on this very journey. So please continue to enjoy what we do, and if you have questions, you can log them in so that we review them and we get to answer them promptly. So someone has said that they have not yet found a proper way of giving commands to agents. Now, what you're going to do, I'm going to share that prompt, but what you're going to do, I want you to also go out and try to make research of various prompts that you can use. So for each agent, you can have specific prompts. You can be able to build out these prompts using a tool like Copilot. Copilot is very good with the context of building out these prompts. I use Copilot, but you can also use Cloud itself. Cloud can build you master prompts. You can use that prompt that I'm going to give you, which is a sample prompt, and then you can rebuild a master prompt that you can use, and with that master prompt, it becomes easy to work with the various elements, which is a better way of approaching various tasks. So you can have different agents that work on different functionalities, but with different rules. Because even when you look at this new tool that has come out, where people really are automating most of their work processes, which is OpenClaw, where they are building out personalized agents to do their work. They are mostly focusing on giving proper and standardized instructions. So with the standardized instructions, you can also look out there. There are others who have already built out these prompts on the internet. You can get a reference to them, refine them to your tune, something that you want, and then you can be able to use them for your different kinds of agents. So it is still working. So I think it's a better practice for us to be able to fetch in these itineraries. Let me show you what I'm working on. So this is our builder, but currently when we have the stored itineraries here, it's very hard for us to review them. But what we wanted to add, it is this edit tool where someone can be able to edit effectively. Also, we want a so when we search out here, this is connected to mostly activities, but I want something like a picker where in this title card, actually, that is where I would be able to be able to add it, so that we can just peruse through the stored itineraries and then fetch it to fetch it, and all the days are laid out here. That is a better thing which will ease work. It is still working on that.
Customer come, I know you're waiting, she talk. I just dey look your wall. How much for your heart? I get the cash, I get the grace, no be small thing I carry for pocket. Wait, wait, wait. I know be dead, I be walker. I pay the price for your love, I pay the price. Baby, tell me your last price. See the way you move for this.
And I'm waiting out for the refinement and be able to review it.
But your voice be like song, Last price, yeah.
So it's taking up some time, but I'm waiting to review the changes that will be made. Actually, when I went to it, I saw a change that was made to the stored itinerary, but the change that I wanted first was to implement it here on the itinerary builder. But I think here you can be able to, you are taken back, but it's not showing and fetching the real days of the information that is stored, which is what it should do. Yes, it's coming back, but it's not executing everything as to the tune of what we want. So I'm waiting for this to make the implementation. It's taking up some time, but surely it will implement it in a much more better way.
Just talk to me. Lagos market too loud, but your voice be like song. Last price, last price.
Waiting the sun, energy high. All the levels don't change. No big beams, we they fly.
Yes.
We only look at the sky. All like fire, no big beams. Everything set, we they win. Use your hands, touch the top. Feel the heat, never stop.
So I'm making an edit on the itinerary builder for it to be able to make refinements to a specific itinerary, or even fetch it and use it as a sample. At times, Google Anti-Gravity is going to take out some time because some of the functionalities are very complex. When you're dealing with a very simple functionality, it becomes easy. But if you're dealing with a very complex functionality, then it's going to take up some time. So at times we have to wait in longer. But the good thing is that it studies the whole context of the whole project, and then it's going to give you feedback on what you want, responses that you can be able to look into in as far as the changes it has made. If it has made changes that you desire, then you continue to another functionality. If not, then you continue to prompt to get a better way. What I've also discovered when it comes to anti-gravity, when you're using anti-gravity and you're using tools like Casa, the approach is kind of different. At times, Casa skip, when you're using anti-gravity and you're using tools like Cloud, rather. If you're using the Cloud LLM, at times it skips the implementation process, which is kind of not good, because you want to have that implementation process look at what it is going to do, which is the reason as to why I normally first of all attempt most of the functionalities using Gemini. Maybe when Gemini has not really worked on a specific functionality, that is when I switch to it, which is a better way to attempt it. For the ones who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to appeal to you to subscribe to the stream and support us on our journey as we go on to build these tools to make over $500,000 from purposeful apps that solve people's problems. The tool that we are working on, it's a tour tool. It's a tour automation tool. So we're still making refinements to it. but it's a tour automation tool that allows people to automate things like safaris and everything, and they can be able to export actually what they have automated. One of the samples that we've done, because we had recently added an itinerary, logic for exporting the itineraries that we create. And I'm going to show you the image of what we've just exported to image format. So this is how as it's working, when it completes, I'm going to show it to you, but you can get a glimpse of how our builder looks. So this is what the builder does. This is how our itinerary looks. Very well displayed, very splendid in terms of how it looks. So we have various elements. We have the image of that day, then the main destination and the attractions that are there, then the daily highlights, then where the visitors are going to stay, the meals and the drinks they are supposed to have in that place. So it goes on. You can add as many days as you want, but when it is exported, this is how it's going to look. So this is I believe this is a better presentation to the clients. It is very different from you presenting an itinerary that is in Word format, something that is very simple. The visual representation matters, because when you present this to a client, at least they feel like you know what you're doing, and then you're going to tailor out to them a trip that is much more better. We chose to automate this because for the funds that we've received, we have a client who has paid for this tool. They have already paid money for this tool. So our quest has already started to seek out the money that we want. So we already have the initial payment as like the booking fee for this. So you're working on it to ensure that at least by the end of this month we are done with it, and we can be able to submit it for them to make the later payments. But this is what they are going to get in terms of exports for what they have done using the platform. And this platform has been built using our vibe coding processes, and mostly using the Google anti-gravity tool that we are working with. So I believe it can even do much more than this. This is just a glimpse of what it has done in regards to the project that we are working on. So it has already made the implementation plan. So let's go and look at what it has done. But we still have this error. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this error. Even with the refinements that it has given us, we still have this error. So let me copy it, take it here. And make this request. Now, this is the error that we are receiving after you've made the changes that you've made above. Can you please look into this specific error and as a senior engineer resolve it, resolve the error and debug it effectively without distorting the functionality that you've set up and the other functionality across the whole context of our app. So let's first refine this, and then we are going to review what we've worked on.
Person lead me go like water for the mountain. See as I dey flow, people start to turn for my side.
So let's try to refine this error, and then we can look at the changes. So let's wait for this error to be resolved, then we will continue. So it has been resolved. So the functionality that we were refining was simple. The functionality was to reference already stored emails. So this is a reference of the various emails that we have done already. So when you go here, you look at these emails that we already have. They are stored in our app. But when you come to the builder, you look at this just a simple layout that we have. But if you have or you want to reference any Safari that you've already done, you can click like on this one, which you maybe most of the activities are the same, so you don't want to redo it. You can click on it and then you can bring it here. You can even add on some other days. Add on some other days and maybe add a different image to this. And and here you can select the various icons. So you can save the changes. So I've added the 50th day. Well, you can even import from this. You can import a day from here. Switch the image. So these images are locally stored. So we are fetching them from the local storage. There are just a few sample images that we have, the ones that we are using to build out. So these are the icons that we've chosen out, and these icons are great in terms of displaying the several elements that someone is going to find in that particular location. Let's choose this, and then let's save. So if you have something like this, you can click here and you finalize it. When we go to the stored itineraries, then we can explore it. This is the one. So this is the simple preview. If you look at it, this is a simple preview of what you're going to have. But again, when you come here, this is the detailed preview. It's a detailed preview of what we have built out. And I guess you were able to view this in our image that we exported. So this is how it's going to look out. We wanted something that is visually attractive for the clients, because I believe this is visually attractive to the clients. Something good, something really beautiful, so someone can be able to follow along and get to know what they will do on that particular day. This, if someone uses it and they are costing and they are putting it out there, then it becomes easy for them to get access to clients in a much more better way. So if you've not yet subscribed to our stream and you enjoy what we do in terms of what we build out, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe to this channel, because we shall be doing subsequent streams that are going to allow us to push our revenue from where we are, which is in the 400s to up to $500,000, and that we are going to do with building out various web apps and mobile apps. So if you want to follow the journey, if you want to be a part of it, please subscribe and like this specific video if you've really found it useful. And we are going to continue to put this out, because this is the content that we put out. We always want to have something meaningful that we can offer you, but also we want to show you that even with vibe coding, you can learn to create something, and you can create something meaningful. There are several people who might really put you off and tell you can't build out something meaningful with vibe coding. It comes down to how you prompt, how you want the visual representation of whatever you want, the reprompts that you are going to make. Personally, there are different reprompts that I use, but when you use reprompts, you are going to get a much more better view of whatever you want to have as a vibe coder, but I believe you can start. The thing is, you keep practicing, you keep learning, you keep practicing, you keep learning, and with that process, you are going to get very, very far. So please, if you love any of the things that we get to do, please subscribe. That is one of the things that you can ever do for our journey. The journey continues. When you subscribe, you're going to join our community of already 2,000 people who are following this journey. And as we build out, you're going to enjoy the process. And I can assure you that this is going to be an enriching process. And it's going to be a learning process. It's a learning process for me because I learn a lot of things as I get to explain what I'm doing. But I believe you are also learning lots and lots of things that you can be able to apply and be able to automate different kinds of work. If you want to start small, you can start with simple tools that you can automate. And then as you go on, you can keep on increasing on the various things that you can automate, which is quite amazing. So let's try to export this to the image. So it has exported it. So let's go up and down. So this is our image that we've exported. So if maybe a client has asked for a quotation of a trip and someone costs out this and they send it out, to me it's a much more better way of that someone can be able to cost out a trip and they can send it to clients. It's visually attractive and it's good. Then the client can be able to view and understand all the details of each particular day that they are going to spend on a safari or on a trip, which makes sense to me, and I believe it makes sense to the people who are costing out these trips to have elements like these. Which is quite good and interesting. So like I've said, if you love the content that we put out, please subscribe to the stream. So let's go and make some changes to the itinerary builder here. There is something I've identified that needs to be edited. I've identified that on our detailed itinerary view, let's click on this. We have the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Now, when it comes to the builder, we have 3 elements: a half board, bed and breakfast, so let's put in a request and then I explain this in a much more better way. So now we are going to make the final refinement for today. But the refinement that you are going to make is that I've identified that when it comes to our itinerary builder, we have 3 elements that are related to our meals. And they are as follows. BB, which is the bread and breakfast. Then HB, the half board. Then FB, the full board.
Hello.
And on our detailed itinerary preview, we have a section for the meals. Now, this is the logic that we are going to set up. When someone in the itinerary builder selects the element of BB, which is bed and breakfast, then on the detailed itinerary view, it is only the card, the breakfast card, that is ticked, and the lunch and dinner cards are not ticked. Then when someone selects half board, then that means the breakfast card and the lunch card on the detailed itinerary preview are ticked. And also when someone selects full board, it means all these cards of breakfast, lunch and dinner will all be ticked. We need to add that logic to for the logic that is input in the itinerary builder to correspond with the logic in the itinerary detailed preview. So the changes that we are going to make are, we are going to align the structure of our implementation plan to align with the template, the prompt template that I've shared with you, with the execution of these cards. So let's execute this. Mm. 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 Mhm. Mhm.
stopping, no stopping. Higher. We move, always up, always up. We will rise together. We will rise together. We will rise together. We will rise together. Touch the sun. Touch the sun. Touch the sun. Touch the sun. One sound, one people, lifting, yeah. Always up, no stopping, no stopping. waiting she talk. I just dey look your wall. How much for your heart? I get the cash, I get the grace, no be small thing I carry for pocket. Wait. I know be dead, I be walker. I pay the price for your love, I pay the price. Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song.
I need these.
People they shout my
Wie gesagt, die bin ich.
but I only see your face.